Hello and welcome to chapter 171 of our streaming adventure. Today is Saturday and we will be playing in the Vintage Challenge. Currently looking at 70 people, so that is 7 rounds. And after that, maybe a top 8. But definitely we'll be collecting data to help the Vintage Discord. So, hopefully you're having a good morning or wherever you might be, afternoon, evening, whatever. Yeah. So I'm gonna be still playing the deck we played on, what was that, Thursday. Thursday we tried out the Bant mid-range deck with Archon and stuff like that, and I've liked it. I spent the last couple days looking at other lists that I could see on Goldfish and kind of theory crafting, looking at, I think that's an interesting choice. I think that's an interesting choice. Little things like that. So that's where we're currently sitting at. I could probably flip over real quick. Yeah. So this is where we're at currently. I liked the Lotus Petal last time, so I'm still doing that. But then the other change would be fitting in a Spell Pierce, as well as Spell Queller. Spell Queller's interaction with Teferi, I thought was going to be an interesting one, so that is something I wanted to not necessarily key on, but having available to myself, I thought was interesting as a way to, I don't know, nab a creature from their side or something to that effect. So we'll see if it pans out. Hello and good luck. Okay. Playing against Gucci Gabe, but we are on the play. Yes, I'd like to play first. What does this do? This is a turn 2 Archon with Force of Will protection. That's probably good enough. The question is, do I want to play out the Mox or not? My thought is no. Don't necessarily give away that I could be playing that. I'm going to feel bad when they play Lavinia or a Mox or, not Mox, Chalice, any of that kind of stuff. Suddenly this makes me look pretty dumb. What do they got? Okay. So the question is, do I want to deploy Archon? Or do I want to do something like Hullbreacher? We could also try to end step Hullbreacher, untap into Archon. Not that that's necessarily great. Trying to see if I can pick a fight. Pyroblast. Now, this is interesting. I could ponder with the hopes of hitting a land and then deploying Archon. I could just deploy Archon. One, two. So we know we're drawing Tarmogoyf. Okay. So now so what's Dak Faden gonna do? I mean, we could just attack Dak Faden. If it steals our Mox, we definitely kill it. I think I let that one go. Like, that's not what I want to cash the Force of Will on, is my thought. Yeah, so I think deploying Tarmogoyf next turn is the plan. Gush and a Renin 6. So the question is Flooded Strand capable of finding a basic in their side, or is that still kind of pinned down? Throwing away a Planeswalker for them definitely helped me there. Whether or not I need to cash in the... If I have to pitch Force of Will, otherwise I'm going to draw a Lotus Petal, which starts to give me 5 mana that I can cast the Force of Will. What do you got for me, Gucci Gabe? Discarding Mox. I mean, that makes sense. All it was going to do is make it even harder on them. Clear the deck. I mean, do they have a Wrath type effect? They could play a follow-up Oko. I mean, we currently are representing 8 points of power. The other reason I played out the Noble over the Petal is, say they do kill the Archon or whatever, I'd rather have the Exalted aspect coming back out. This could be a Treasure Cruise. This could be something to refill their hand, but what's nice is they can't necessarily immediately follow it up. Yep. That would have been a great time to play a Hull Breacher. Have any lands to play? Oh, it did shrink the Tarmogoyf, though. That's mindful. They are 4-color. Ooh, I like that one. I should have been mindful to at least play out the load. Well, no, then that would have given them a chance to do something back. Not sure I want to give them a chance to do something back. If I play this, that'll be 2, 4, 8. What could they be trying to get, though? Okay. So, Goldfish said they were last playing 4-color Xerox, Collector Oof, Leovold, Renin 6, Assassin's Trophy. Okay. With that in mind, I guess how do I want to approach that? So they are going to have creatures that we will tangle over, I feel. And a lot of it might be fighting over the different planeswalkers. I feel like Collector Oof is not where we want to be. Hull Breacher, Spell Queller, these can all kind of do some work. Sylvan Library, maybe. I mean, I'm not seeing a Hull Breacher out of that. I mean, that where Flusterstorm is going to feel awkward when it can't really put pressure on. Like, Flusterstorm can't deal with a planeswalker or a creature, but they still have a good amount of spells. Like that, their own disruption and stuff like that. It's a way to force through our things, but maybe I don't need a second Flusterstorm. Maybe I don't need 4 swords when... I guess they have Deathrite Shaman. Are they going to bring anything in? No. Willing to do that. It's an extra swords to hedge against creatures. Gives me Sylvan Library to kind of put, impetus on digging deeper into cards. I'm going to try that. Alright, so this is a whole lot of Moxa. Fetch, 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 fetch. Mulligan. Potential for turn 2 Sylvan. I mean, that might not be good enough. Deathrite. Glad I have a basic at least here. Leovold is another thing that puts downward pressure on a Sylvan or makes it worse, for sure. Tarmogoyf. Now, countering it here does grow that Goyf. Just kidding, it doesn't. Well, it does from the counter aspect, I guess. And they had it covered either way with force or end step. Ancestral. Pretty good hand. I mean, I also kind of chose not to. Add pressure here. I mean, I could have mulliganed further. So obviously the list that showed they did not have more than one Goyf. Maybe we can draw one. So they have 3 mana up, crashing in. What do they got for me on my upkeep? Okay, so this is, unless I play Tundra, this isn't even an option. Try to catch them. Are they gonna burn? They could burn. Okay. I kind of didn't expect that to resolve, but they might just be ready to kill it. And then if they Pyroblast this, that'll make these 3/4s. Definitely blocking. Okay. Thank you. But by hitting that Tundra, I'm now off either creature in my hand. Because of this, maybe I should have gotten a second Tundra instead of a Tropical there. Because I chose Tropical. So that's on me. Yep. Gets the refill and still has instant sorcery creature land. Not bad, not bad. So I think I probably want the other swords. Just from what they've showed me, like that's going to be how they do it. Maybe Soul Guide? No, because Soul Guide is kind of a one and done. I mean, it hurts my own Goyfs. No, I don't have white, and that's the problem. Yeah, we're dead with just what's here. Okay. So. I said, I think I want the swords. Swords gives me bark, 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 bark. I think we'll do that. Be on the play. Can't reasonably keep this. I think if this was a tropical, we could. Okay. Alright, so I know... Did I click that backwards? I must have clicked that backwards, so we're going to draw Hull Breacher next. Top for that. I do wonder, would that have been worthwhile? It's like, you don't have to fire off the brainstorm. So the first preordain was a top, remember. This is another top. I mean... Like, this might be worthwhile to try to get a chance to draw up some cards. I think I draw that land now. Like, they do realize, like, I only have so many... I gotta stop that. Do they have force back? No, thankfully. Another preordain. Bottom that time. So any of these I put back are gone. Hmm. I don't think I could afford to pay the double life with Dread. Well, they don't have black mana for Deathrite Shaman, so maybe that's worthwhile. I didn't necessarily factor that in. I was thinking, oh, my life total would be in pressure, but maybe not. Are they going to build up their lands to then follow up and play that? Hmm. Don't follow up with a Ren and 6. Demonic. So, yeah. This makes me think incoming, because they're going to the next turn. They play a Ren and 6. They pick up a Wasteland and take me off white. That'll be problematic. Like, we'll at least get to look, but it doesn't necessarily mean there's anything good there. And then a recurring Wasteland effect is going to short me. I mean, we have 3 looks at a land on top. Good morning, Aaron. Good afternoon, whatever freaking time it is. Oh, I didn't do too much today, so that's why I still said good morning, but we are still in round 1. So this is game 3. But opponent just demonic tutored, so I feel like it's not going to go well. I will do my best to give you something. Are they starting to loop Time Walk? Do they have a Gush here? Maybe that's what maybe they did demonic tutored for Gush. Dak, you could have a Dak Faden. Draw into it. You could now cast Time Walk. Pitching Mox Emerald Pyroblast. So they now have the Time Walk in hand. Maybe they'll play it here. Yep. Is Gush on the way? Thankfully, no. How delightful. Come on, opponent, let me play. Let me respond to your Dak Faden with a Hull Breacher. You only have 73 cards in hand right now. Yeah, I think the problem with this match was in the second game, being on the draw, I didn't keep an aggressive enough hand. I did mulligan to 6, but I feel like I probably could have gone further to find a more powerful hand. Throwing away Negation Tropical. Do you have more than one Mystic Sanctuary? Oko. You gonna elk me? You gonna elk Lavinia to turn off counters? I guess Lavinia is holding Gush back, yeah. So now Gush is active. I wasn't even thinking about that. I guess I want a land. The question is, am I deploying a Noble Hierarch or not? I was trying to force them to play a Gush effect or something like that. They're going to burn me. They could burn me here. Yep. All right, activate Dak. Come on, do it. Go, go, Hull Breacher. Shit. Boo. Boo. Discarding a Pyroblast and another Force of Will. So they have one card left in their hand. Ugh. I'm doing this with the intent of making Lavinia lethal on an Oko. So that forcing a block. I just hope that works. That sucks. Yeah, that's probably the game. Because even though... Yeah, they Oko up an attack here. And I know what's coming in my hand. Yeah, this is what I'm saying is... So this lumbering over here... Okay, I have to... I don't get a choice now. Not bad. Yep. Oh, Oklahoma. Well, that's only one round. Still a little frustrating, but I think I cost myself in the second... Game 2, I think, is where I cost myself by not having any kind of acceleration and having to... And when they wasted me, it set me back, that whole other turn. And by being on the draw, each one of those turns was that much more impactful, I should say. So, all right, we got 4 matches left in this round. Who's still playing? Maharu, so that's some Oath. Okay, just the 4. And how many people? We ended up with 73 people today. So that's not... It's a good size challenge, 73. Today's mana traders, being vintage as well, might have, taken a few people away that maybe didn't want to double queue or couldn't afford to double queue due to whatever system limitations or just concentration level. Hey, do I really want to try to play 2 tournaments at the same time? I mean, that can be asking a whole lot, obviously. So let's pull up the deck list real quick. The choices I made from what we played on Thursday. Spell Queller, I saw this in other people's lists, and I was honestly intrigued, especially because of how Spell Queller interacts with Teferi. And, I don't know, once Archon is in play, having flash threats I also thought was... made a little bit more sense. So with an Archon in play, they're forced to play something, and then you Queller it. That's that much more you're going to attack for on the next turn. You've taken that thing away from them, and then, like I said, once you get... Does this say cast? The exiled card's owner may cast that card. And Archon says each player can't... Ooh, that's a spicy little trick that I didn't even realize. That theoretically, with Archon out, Archon also... Well, if it was the first spell, but they would have to play a removal spell to kill the Queller. If they kill the Queller, then you're not going to get the spell back because they've played their one spell. Look at this. Look at this hidden synergy that I didn't even know I was playing. But, yeah, I think acceleration is something that I need to try to play more toward, because the acceleration is what makes these 3-drops as powerful as they are. If you're sitting around and waiting until the 3rd turn, that's... 3rd turn is not where it's at. Turn 1, hell yeah, sign me up. So, that is what we'll have to look at. One more thing. Saturday is when we do crossword puzzles. Now, I didn't stream last Saturday. I didn't get to do a crossword puzzle last Saturday. I feel, I don't want to say deprived. I definitely don't want to say depraved. Those are not the kind of things you say. So, okay. We're not going to play the crossword puzzle yet because there's only 2 matches left. I don't feel like that's worth getting started. I lied. Let's crossword it up. But let's flip back so that this is there. Yeah. So let's go like this. We'll get our crossword puzzle powers ready. Can you still read that? Yeah. And first things first, we have to turn off the sound effects and the mistakes. Okay. Friends in France. Not Amour. Ernie. Aaron, I need your help. Something with a handbag. Spade. Blank. Spade handbag. I don't know. Giant. It's not necessarily true. Soothing succulent. That's aloe. Ronda Rousey. Pool playing. Country with a large Shia population. Is that Iraq? Or Iran? I think it's Iraq. Walk through mud, you kind of slog. Some SUVs. Tries for a birdie. Core. Jabber. Prattle. Because I think this is K-pop. Adderall alternative. Cook-offs. Sigh. 33 down star. We didn't get to 33 yet. Short-term job gig. Apartment building VIP. Oh, the round's over. So we got a minute and a half in. Video call activity or a theme hint. That's a lot of letters. What is the Chinese currency? Yen? No. Yuan? New Orleans. Piece of paper. Self-satisfied. Door or a dresser feature. Knob? Handle? Not in a million years. Slippery swimmer. Eel. Okay. So I'm going to pause it there. So we finished all the across. But in the meantime, Let's get ready for round 2. We are 0-1, but we're not going anywhere. So why don't we try winning? That's a good trick. Round 2. And round 2 says the deck 84. We won the die roll again. Okay. So, having won the die roll, I think we want that Lavinia, but can we get ourselves there? This is a lot of lands. Ponder to set us up. Potentially we can find multiple threats in a row, leading with Lavinia to protect them. Wasteland if we need the pressure. Once again, though, this is a hand without acceleration, and I just talked about that, and then I didn't pay attention to myself. Speaking of, I would have loved to have any of these prior to seeing this hand. I think I have to throw it away. Wow. Threw it away, shuffled, still drew it. This does let us put pressure with a Wasteland, though, however. They'll just play out any moxes they have. Or not. Force pitching a brainstorm. Do you have a Flusterstorm back? Or a Pyroblast for the original? Alright, let's see if they navigate it correctly. There's always the chance that you click the wrong stuff. You never know. It's how Flusterstorm works. Now, the only nice part about it is, like, I play a weird, like, and I do it on purpose. I play a weird logo collector set. What do I want to say? Expansion symbol. So I do that so I can identify mine on the stack. Okay. Like, even though it looks like the same art, theirs is from Vintage Masters. Mine is from the whatever this cube looking whatever thing is. But I know some people specifically will do a foil one for that. And I still think that's a good idea to somehow in your head set yourself up. All right, what did Narset find? Narset found a Lotus Petal. Narset plays a Lotus Petal. I almost played it immediately thinking, yeah, I got to get rid of these lands. Jeremy, there's a Narset in play. Jeremy, there's a Narset. It's in play. Almost did it. I was deciding which land to tap for it. Found themselves a preordain. Preordain. Top, bottom. Excuse me. Alright, I'm going to put one of the fetch lands out, because if I can clear this Narset, I will want to still use the Brainstorm, but I'm going to hold the other one. Either one of them can find my basic forest. Is it time to kill me? Looks like it might be. Dak faded, that's fine. I mean, they still could be. They could be pretty close. They have a lot of lands on their side. Not bad. I think I actually clear the Dak. Because that pumps Tarmogoyf for the future. I feel like Dak is the thing that's going to let them dig towards the next thing, and then we can just have our threat in play, and we protect the threat with Force of Will. I feel like this is going to go get Underworld Breach. I could be wrong. They had the protection. They had everything they needed. 1, 2, 3, Lotus Petal. 1, 2, 3, Lotus Petal. Demonic Tutor? They might be short. Depends on what that last card in their hand is. Like, if you also had the Brain Freeze, frickin' bravo. Really? Must be nice to literally... I mean, they Demonic Tutored, and we let Demonic Tutor go. What part of it did Demonic Tutor get them? Did it get them the counterspell? Potentially. You know. Alright, so we take out our anti-creature measures. We bring in... So, Swords of Plowshares, no thank you. Spell Pierce still has value. Yeah. Collector Oof turning off their stuff. I think that's going to be worthwhile. So I think I want a Fluster. I believe we want this whole complement of Grafdigger's Cage. Grafdigger's Cage will turn off the escape, and then Soul Guide Lantern can slowly eat through stuff. What would we not want? I mean, Oko feels a little slow. I think Spell Queller still does its job. Tarmogoyf, here's a case where Tarmogoyf is just keyword large creature. And I don't know if, especially if we're going to bring in Soul Guide Lantern, or potentially, keyword large creature might not be enough. Keyword mess you up. That's a better keyword. Keyword mess you up. Containment Priest, no. Sylvan Library, since they're not necessarily pressuring us. Is there anything I would rather have Sylvan Library than? Oko might be underwhelming. We'll trade one of those. And try it like that. So this is a turn 2 Lavinia, turn 3. Once again, if we had that one piece of acceleration. Okay, I'm going to lead with Windswept Heath so that I can untap into a Lavinia. I mean, they don't have any kind of discard, but if Flusterstorm can prevent a turn 1 nonsense, that'll be its goal. So, turn 1, nonsense, duty. Nonsense protection. How about drawing a Force Will? How about... what is this? Upkeep, Ancestral. I guess they could have played a turn 1 Narset and I wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. Hear me out. If I play a Noble here, that lets me play a Lavinia with the Flusterstorm backup next turn. Yeah, I know. Don't play scared. It also would have let me play Oko with Flusterstorm backup. Maybe that was more... Okay. Make him cash it in on that stuff. And hope we're not just dead. I think I would like to draw a non-wasteland land. Well, that's terrible news. See, that would have been another argument to play. Okay, that would have been an argument to play the Noble Hierarch to keep the protection up. Because just because we played Lavinia doesn't necessarily mean Lavinia is going to land. I mean, I'm feeling better about Lavinia landing, especially if we could have a They top bottom there. Please. Okay. I think I want to do what I was talking about. I think we deploy a noble. Theoretically, we even... Really wish I could have played out a different land. I could have done it in response, because what if they gush, and then you Flusterstorm and catch both of them? That's what I should have done. So here's my thought. If I play Collector Oof, they can't be sitting on a Pyroblast for this one. That was my thought, is they can't if they were sitting on Pyroblast, Collector Oof avoids that. It's the kind of thought of, if your opponent is representing something, don't play right into it if you can help it. Okay, see, we made them force it because they had to. This is an end-step play. Why crack? I mean, maybe we're just dead. Lotus, Vampiric, Night's Whisper, that's game. Well, they ate it. No, 1, 2, 3. You can't play both of them without it. Because they'd have to eat 3 cards to put it on top. Right? To replay it, you'd have to exile 3 cards. So now it's only on top of your library. To draw it, you would have to Night's Whisper, eat 3 other cards, and have to find something to go with it. Fetch land especially would be powerful. Yeah, I do wonder if had I played earlier, would they have had the mental misstep the first chance I could have played the Noble? Maybe. Maybe they're not getting like we saw 1 Brain Freeze exiled. They probably played 2. Most people played 2. But what if they don't? Then they have to have some other play. That's another thing. Okay, I cashed in the Wasteland. Maybe I shouldn't cash in the Wasteland. And not cashing in the Wasteland means I have Collector Oof with Flusterstorm still available. Okay, so they now have whatever they tutored for card in hand. Come on, land. I think this is the most powerful one to play. So now we'll play this. This gives it 2 turns of attack. Like that Exalt. Put you to 3. No. Did I give them something to do with their Flusterstorm? Okay. Alright, am I dead? Do they have a follow-up? Nice. That one was close. I do need to keep in mind that they do have Mentor. That is something that could be swords. So we will be on the draw this time. I feel like you have time with Sylvan Library until you don't. So it's an awkward way to put it, but I think I have to keep those. Okay. Gimme, gimme, gimme acceleration. Maybe you misunderstood me. I mean, it is a turn 1 Sylvan. Oh! Oh, wait, okay. I'm going to throw 1 Archon down because the rest of this I can play. I can go turn 1, Mox, Noble, and potentially snipe something from them with a soul like that. This is a hell of a start from them. They have changed their mind. There's no way you have turn 1. You don't have enough stuff in your graveyard. If they crack the land for a blue and they brain freeze, you can go F yourself. Wow, nice turn 1. Which would let them replay Lotus. And now Brain Freeze is in hand. Wow. Wow. Well, that's hard to argue with. When you can literally just do that, I mean, why not? All right, but more importantly, meet your spouse at the altar. A Mazda Roadster is a Miata. Close enough would be Casual Attempt. Tiny Prefix, Nano. Hoosier State Slang, Indie. Inflatable. So letters 6 to 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That doesn't really make sense there. Okay. Word before reading or show? Okay. I was like, something. It felt weird there. Okay. That makes more sense. Light reading. Acid variety and milk lactic. Feudal workers are serfs. 46 down. A vegetable is like a leafy. Yes, you are. Eight down. Stab. Casual tent. Take a stab at it. Letters on a new car stickers. Tries for a birdie. Spring zodiac sign. I don't know all the zodiac signs. I guess what fits here? We don't know for sure that these fit, but because this could be stem. What's a mocha seller? This could be stem, an apple throwaway. Period of life associated with wisdom, old age. Stereotypical trivia word whiz. Nerd. Maybe geek. No. Nerd fit. Mocha Cellar. 44 across. 44 across. All done. Ta-da. Ta-da. Black powder in a cartridge. Toner. At least that's my best guess. Connects with, ties to. 26 down. 26 down was leafy. Leafy green. Rental company that trucks feature super graphics. U-Haul. I was like, what is TSD? Pang of guilt. Neighborhood near London's Chinatown. I have no idea. But I feel like this is screen. Screen sharing. So this is probably Soho, even though I don't know that that's true. Reputation informally. Common food MSG. Not in a million years. God, no. So this is cred. This is yuan. Smug. Okay. I still don't know if this is Iran or it might be, I should say it might be Iran. Close enough. 28 across. Some SUVs. 29 down. Letters on a new card sticker. Hi, buddy. 38 across. Adderall alternative. Is that Ritalin? MSRP. I like it. Regular Joe. Drip coffee. Yeah, so that would mean this Iran, not Iraq. That makes more sense. What is French for friends? Okay. If you try for a birdie, you're golfing. Spring zodiac would be Aries, and small part of an inheritance? Got it. I was like, I'm thinking of inheritance as what are the money that you're going to get as opposed to literally your parents. contribute their genes. All right. Let's play yesterday's. Okay. You may feed them breadcrumbs, birds. Ring or a group at a wedding. What? Ultimate object. Move like lava. Flow. Rusty nails may get you hammered. Rainbow shapes. Arch. A certain retired professor's title. Attention getting sound. Hey! Ahoy! Slightly open. The door is ajar. No, it's not. It's a door. Degraded. Wedding. Personification. Long tie. This is Evan Longoria, not O. There we go. A Greek morsel with meaty texture. The hell is that supposed to be? Noble below a viscount. Duke, Earl, none of those fit. Yeah. Below a viscount with a beat baron. We got there. Gives a new title. Rodents. Renames. Footnote abbreviation. Celiac. Silent president nickname. Is that Calvin Coolidge? Farmer storage facility. Is that not a silo? Did I look at the right? Okay, I was on the wrong word. I do that a lot. Like, I'm looking at something because I'm actually supposed to be on 19 down. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's silo. Not realizing that it's Jazz Great Jones here. Picks that may be matching. Leopard print source. Sleeveless garment tunic. Narrow fissure. Hurricane FEMA. Supposedly eases. Alternative to com and org. Gov. Net. One might get juiced for salsa. Lime. Some Mustangs. GTO. No. Carpet. No. Across. Footnote abbreviation. Secret meeting. Thieves' place. It's a den of thieves. Ducks. Because this is Uno. CDC. Greek morsel with a meaty texture. I want to say kebab, but that's obviously not correct. Kalamata olive. Okay. Lifelong pal, BFF. Bomb ingredient. Probably aloe. Longtime cover artist for the Saturday Evening Post. Oh, what's that guy's name? Norman Rockwell. So for this one, 9 to 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So corn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oat, corn. Okay. Dweeb. Player of a high woodwind. Flautist. No. Breathe hard. Tire pattern is a tread. Tour for a speaker. Farmer's storage facility. Foregone conclusion. Grain. Elevator. Isaac to Abraham. Just son. Arc. Not arch. A whole lot is a ton. Wedding is a union. Stick in the water. Lecture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So from 10. This has to be some kind of grain, but I don't know what it is. 43 across is a footnote abbreviation. Enjoy an easy chair. Sit. Picks that may be matching. Sleeveless garment is a vest. So they both went to 3 games. The first round against Xerox, I think I had a chance in the second game if I would have gone for something more aggressive, and it just didn't end up panning out. The third game, or the second round, it came down to the third game against Breach, and because I won game 2, they were on the play for game 3, and they just turn 1 killed me. I didn't even get to take a turn in the last game, so yeah, it's frustrating for sure. Yeah, I got vintaged. I mean, there's really no other way to say that. 53 a claw. Leopard print source. It's okay. Turns away. Looping in on an email. CCing. Aisle. Emma Watson. Vegetarian no is a meat. Sushi fish. Narrow crevice. Impressive spread. Caviar. Lecture. Circuit. $65 across alternative. OP. I get leopard print, your foot. But 61 across, eases. Sloppy farm area. Letters on a Navy vessel, USS. Pet peeve. Lao Se Tung. $32 across. It would be a pleasure. All right, so we got 2 done in that time. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Well, as we wait for that last round to finish, I'm going to take a quick break, hit the restroom, but I will be right back, and we'll see you shortly for round 3. Again, am I bet? There we go. There's the volume. You can't speak incorrectly if they can't hear you speaking. That's some big brain stuff there, right there. All right. Well, as we sit at 0-2, maybe something can, I don't know, go in a positive direction. That'd sure be nice. I feel like we've done this before. Although, no, it was like we won one, and then we lost in the middle, and then we won one. I don't necessarily want to do that. I would definitely like to get some wins, though. I feel like that would be more... I don't know. We will see. But, I mean, I thought that this deck would do well because it has... Now, I also described it like it's got threats, but not the best threats. It's got answers, but not the best answer. You know, so it's got like it's like a 60% deck across the board. So if you only win 60% of the time, round 3 on the draw against Kate. Last seen playing Breach. Wow, that's a hand. Wow, that's terrible. They are probably double queuing in Mana Traders. They are thinking still. Like I said, they might be bouncing back and forth. Okay, they're keeping 7. We have to mulligan. We'll keep this. I mean, if they're Breach... So I play a Tundra, getting myself the chance to play Ancestral or Flusterstorm. I hope it's not a minute per game action from them, but like I said, they're probably double queuing right now, so that makes sense. So leading with that, like I said, Tundra into Ancestral or Fluster, that lets me then decide... Oh, that wouldn't be that good. I was thinking, okay, with the Archon of Emeria restricting the lands that come into play for them, I guess the fact that they'll have to play it tapped, hoping to get it the next turn, and then you can waste the tapped land. That makes sense. I was like, what about Ghost Quarter? Ghost Quarter would give you extra strip mine effects, but I mean, the fact that they could have basic land that would come into play unimpeded would make it definitely weaker to do that. I mean, I guess in a way, this puts the pressure on them. I was going to say because of their clock. Okay. They probably do have Pyroblast. I'm just wondering, is that a reason to... Would Pyroblast be a reason to say they crack Scalding Tarn here? Do I Ancestral in response? Because then they can't get... I would go down to 5, up to 8, knowing I'm going to play a land next turn. I don't necessarily have a follow-up next turn. I also don't think I have to rush to cash it in. I could theoretically pay a Tundra. That's a good one. What does Narset find? A Flusterstorm. So the question is... I mean, I'm not necessarily playing a bunch of draws like I had. Why did you let... You could have thought that. I didn't even think about it, really. Narset also turns off potential Brainstorm. I mean, I kind of... Worst case, it makes them play their Flusterstorm. Yeah. Oh. Anytime. Theoretically, we didn't hit a Volcanic the first time. Yep. I mean, we know they're holding a Force of Will, and there's really nothing I could do from my side. Alright, so what did we do last time? We thought that Flusterstorm, Grafdigger's Cage, and Soul Guide Lanterns were all worthwhile. We thought Swords were not. Collector Oof is. Lavinia is. And this was Tarmogoyf. This was keyword fat creature just not being enough. Overall, that looks okay. But this is also the setup we had against Breach. We lost that first one, we win the middle one, and then they just turn one killed us. So all of that, I guess, is still possible. Okay. Yes, I'd like to play first. My thought, we can probe, see what's going on, and follow up with Forest, Noble Hierarch. Maybe play a Sapphire. Force, Ponder, Whisper, Vamp. So theoretically, leading on a Ponder means they've turned themselves off from Force of Will. Like I said, theoretically. Probably going to cast... Okay. So they have 5 cards in hand currently. Preordain top-bottomed there. Okay. So 5 cards in hand. We know Force, Volcanic, Night's Whisper. We're going to attack for 3 here. I think it is worthwhile to Time Walk. I don't see a reason to cash it in just yet. Like I said, it gives me a backup. Theoretically, I could have held it in my hand. If I cash it in, there's a lot of 3-drop things I could find. I haven't played a land. Not that that's necessarily powerful. But it means hard cast forces coming online next turn. There are a lot of lands in this deck. Okay, so they played the Volcanic we knew about. They're playing a Time Walk. And top bottom off that Preordain. So they have 4 cards, including Force Knight's Whisper. I think we let that one go because of the damage aspect of it. Gosh. They had not yet played a land. Well, they've certainly drawn a lot of cards this turn. Hull Breacher would have been a nice... That's the thing is, should it have been a cash-in for Hull Breacher type thing? I don't think so. You know, like... They could have dug to a Pyroblast. Pyroblast is going to let them pop this Spell Queller. Theoretically. What else? I mean, they don't have white anywhere for Monastery Mentor. Once again, waiting on our opponent's end step. For some reason. Oh, it was there. We're a big, big dummy. The biggest dummy. It was totally there. Well, look at it this way. Now we've got it. Plus Soul Guide Lantern to protect us. It's like the best of both worlds. Right? So if we play it, that puts 5 power in play. I guess we could force them. We could make them use the Force of Will. They won't necessarily use it though, but I just think it's funny that we could have cashed in the Soul Guide Lantern and hit Hull Breacher in the face of Night's Whisper and Gush. Just saying. Come on. So I guess I don't know. Is the delay on my side? Is it them? Is Magic Online slow? Is the weather? The weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. It's been freaking snowing like crazy here. It did finally stop. We got about, I'd say, 8+ inches of snow since Thursday. So, if we were to fight back here, force pitching a Flusterstorm. Okay. So we used a lot of resources on their side. I think we hold this Soul Guide. Just keep it protected. Because this should put them to 4. I mean, it's not foolproof by... It's still 2 turns away, but what are they going to be able to do in those 2 turns? As long as we keep ourselves safe with Soul Guide. I mean, this is also 3 points in the air. So, say they play Monastery Mentor, we're still going to be able to get those 3 points in the air. And that's another reason I like Spell Queller, the flying aspect to put pressure on Planeswalkers. That's another reason I'm glad I put it in. Hey, Krabby Joe, I appreciate the follow. Hope you enjoy watching Spell Queller attack, because that has been a lot of what this game has been. I would say that has the most screen time, Spell Queller attacking and then our opponent contemplating it. Although I believe our opponent is playing in the Mana Trader series, and if they're doing really well in the Mana Trader series, it makes more sense to focus over there. That's all. I definitely... The fact that we're up over 10 minutes now just means a lot of us sitting around for no good reason. Okay, no blockers. There's the land, as I had mentioned, but if you play a Mentor, you crack that for Tundra, and you play a Mentor, I'm still going to fly in for 3. They could have drawn a Bolt. Do I cash in on a Bolt? I mean, it'll die, and they'll get a Ponder. I just think it's a little interesting. This is actually my second land drawn with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, you dead? What are they getting? Now, that could be a case of if they're going to get a Delve spell, I should have cashed in the Soul Guide Lantern in response to it. Or something to that effect. I guess we also turn off Mystic Sanctuary by putting him at 1. That's a good one. If they bounce the Spell Queller, they will get a Ponder. The answer will be, can they also deal with Noble Hierarch? Because Noble can attack in for the 1. Okay, so we got that one. As mentioned before, we got Swords, Containment Priest, Library, Energy Flux. None of that. I mean, even the Tarmogoyfs, who are just keyword big. Now, that can close the game faster than an Archon. Well, the thing is, Archon is going to attack for 2, but it is stifling the opponent as you attack for 2. So I think it's still worthwhile. I think we keep it. I think we gotta hope for a better hand. So here's a Spell Pierce into a Time Walk Archon. Just have to hope to not die. I swear, if I get turn 1 killed again. All right, so this is Tundra. See if they fight that. Okay. What do they draw into? Night's Whisper. the question is... They have 3 cards, including Night's Whisper. If I play this and this, I would have both available to me. They could find a Bolt. They could find a Pyroblast. I do wonder if it was better to take a Time Walk turn there. If I take the Time Walk turn there, I could draw many different things, but I would at least be going into the next turn with 4 mana. Deploying Lavinia here, although we could potentially follow up. It really does depend on what they hit. Making this wasteland more impactful is kind of my hope. See, they just hit the Pyroblast anyway. Now they'll Night's Whisper. Unlocked another card in their hand anyway. I think I played the wrong land there. Yeah, like they just have Bolt, and then what does it matter? Because you can't play your misstep. Can we get them to fire something off? That's the question. So they have 1 card left beyond that. I want to force them to play it. Wow, that was a nice draw. This is very exciting. They went for Ancestral and we stopped. I mean, I'm hoping this is holding back some of their stuff. Heck. I do feel like I've gotten... Okay, I say that after our opponent is obviously double queuing, but like I feel like I've gotten faster in my operations because I try to stay up on clock, or I'm trying to get myself closer to having it all be relevant. What's coming here? Gush. Hard cast Bolus's Citadel. I'll allow it. Well, because I can't Flusterstorm it as well, I'll allow it. Well, I think he was just trying to set something up because of that was a way to get triple black. That's pretty nice. Let's start with an attack. You may no longer activate your Bolus's Citadel. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Whoo! So, managed to win one there. Where managed to get a win. So, 1 and 2 now. What do we say? 73 people. Yeah, X1 was the cutoff. No, that's not true. So there could be 3 X and 2s. They are most likely coming from X and 1s in the final round. But there are crazier things have happened in the world of sideboard, or I should say tiebreaker math. Have I seen your deck? I don't know. What are you playing today? Are you doing the Tybalt's thing? All right, what is not me is, in fact, no. So they're just playing the Valky Tybalt Cosmic Imposter. So the dual face card, if you cascade into it, and it then says you may cast the card you cascade into, you flip with Shardless Agent until it reveals Valky, and then Valky is a two-sided card, so then it's like, okay, which part of the card do you want to play? So a lot of people in other formats are using Tybalt's Trickery, and like you play a spell and then Tybalt's Trickery counters it, but then it forces a specific thing. Here, if you're using the Cascade cards, you're just going to more likely flip into the 2-drop. So it's like, oh no, I hit my Shardless Agent, hit Ancestral Recall. That's pretty good. Or, oh no, my Shardless Agent flipped into, really, your only other choices are Valky, unless you want to set up sideboard things. But in the sideboard, you could potentially give yourself that many more copies of a card. So that is a clever thing that Not Me is doing, to have specific things in the sideboard when they want to queue up, effectively cascading into it. So it does look pretty cool overall. I even look at this, you could Violent Outburst as an instant cascade if you need to hit a Hurkyl's Recall, for example. So, very cool, very cool. 5, 17, 37. So yeah, let's keep going. I didn't even look at that part of it being a million ticks. What all you got in there? Okos to fairies. I'm sure. How expensive is Valky? I didn't even look. Oh, card hoarder, mana traders, 11, 1,200 tickets. Yeah, that's a pretty penny. Like I'm looking, so I would at least have. Do I even own any of this stuff? I own a Monastery Mentor. Plus, I guess, is this paper versus online? Here, we'll download this as a text file. Let's bring it up so we can view it. That is also a pretty good rental service. The following card is not recognized, Valky. Okay. Upload my freeform deck. Listen, dude. How about... Alright, we're going into the last round, but I need to update the text file to delete those Valkys. Not me, Tybalt. In Vintage. And then have to add the Valkys back into it. Overall, it looks pretty cool. All right. I guess you just set it with Valky. There you go. 1 and 2 so far with the Bant mid-range deck. Can we continue on our winning ways? I like how I gave myself the loss even though we won that one. It's a bold strategy, Jeremy. Round 4. S063 tends to play a variety. We're on the draw, though. I don't know. When we were on the play, we lost. Maybe being on the draw will be helpful. All right. Double Wasteland makes nothing in our hand castable. Will you go away, Wastelands? God. All right, well, if I'm keeping 5 of these... Wow. All right, quick little mulligan to 5. Does not help. But a lot of it depends on what they're actually playing. Like, if they're really playing Bug, then I don't want a bunch of colorless lands that don't cast anything in my hand. Okay. I think I have to. Drop. Noble. This could get misstepped. Could get... Yep. So now I'm even further away from a Lavinia. Or... Just kidding. Okay. Why not Pyroblast that on the stack? What? Painful truths. If this says this is what our opponent was playing last time, I don't think they're playing this. Force pitching a Flusterstorm. I guess we could have used the Archon to try to draw that away. All right, so well, there's nothing they're playing out of there right now anyway. So yeah, what did that really change? Merchant Scroll for a Gush. Sure. Are you going to cast the bolt? I mean, if I put this Archon in play, they're just going to bolt it. So let's give ourselves Hardcast Force available. And then see if we can follow up and do something. Sure. I mean, the only thing I think we're lucky is that they don't have anything really going on over there. I don't know. Maybe I need to deploy the Archon, but is this just Grixis good stuff? Maybe I need to. They've also had it in play all this time, and I'm literally at 16, so... I mean, like I said, there's nothing really here that they're capitalizing on. Played a Volcanic. Play them, sure. Painful Truths. That one still got me. Interesting. Like, I have to assume they were trying to build up Storm? That's really the only thing that makes sense? Sure. Okay. Miss. Nope, they hit. They hit all of it. Well, that's not what I expected they were. That Painful Truce is kind of surprising. Yeah, sure, you got whatever. I'm just trying to see what you're playing. For purposes of data collection, okay. So sideboard, cages and lanterns. Now, I do think, once again, Tarmogoyf is probably the quickest out, but keeping in mind they do have Dreadhorde Arcanist, I guess we keep some swords around. The thing is, I want all of these cards. Spell Pierce is maybe a little less impressive. A lot of what I'm expecting them to do, I want to fight with Flusterstorm, but I mean, that's not necessarily true either, because the key cards, the enchantment, the artifact, Spell Pierce or Flusterstorm doesn't do anything there. All right. Playing a lot of games today. We're getting our mileage on number of games played. So theoretically here, we could play Ponder, or we could sit and wait. We could protect ourselves with Spell Pierce. All right, so we're going to try to play Archon with some counterspell protection. Do you fight this? Come on, draw a fetchable land. No, because they attack and then Lightning Bolt. Dreadhorde is a really powerful aspect in there, and I just need to draw my way out of it. Because they're going to get to preordain here again. They bottomed with the first one. No, I don't. I don't want to give them the double preordain, but it's with the lightning bolt just sitting there waiting to screw me over. Now this time it's a top. I don't know. I don't think I can let that one go. That they're going to attack, and they are going to hit me. Maybe I should have kept the Heath in. What? Why didn't they fetch? What happened there? Why didn't they fetch? Opponent, I don't understand. Oh, what a fun day playing Magic. I mean, you can't be upset when the 60% deck has the chance to win like 60% of the time. If you go 4 and 3, that you're right there. And that's the thing is, we're worried about this Dreadhorde. We're worried about this Dreadhorde. The whole time, they're just waiting to kill us with Breach and stuff like that. So that is a really powerful aspect to have Dreadhorde kind of doing its thing. You have to pay attention to it, and they've just gotten so far ahead on card selection, everything, and we're just a goober over here drawing Tropical Islands. May I play a Collector? Cool. They got everything. Like, we just look foolish. Sure. Okay, so this means we're going to draw Ancestral. It's the only thing that would make sense. They have another Swords just in case I felt like playing a creature. That's a decent one. Don't concede. I want to concede, but don't concede. As frustrated as I am right now, we might concede. I'm just saying, when they attack and draw up to 10, can you just kill me yet? Attack first. Yep. That's a good one. I don't think they've played a land yet either, so. Yeah. So, how I described this deck one time was saying that here, let me bring up the list. So we have powerful threats, right? Archon of Emeria is able to shut down just certain types of decks completely. Like, if they're only able to play one spell a turn, and if their lands come into play tapped, that is something that you're going to be able to really leverage, hopefully. And then Lavinia, turning off 0 mana cards. They're not able to play things more than the number of lands in their hand. Collector Oof, shutting off an entire card type. Hull Breacher, turning off various things. Spell Queller. Now, the only thing is, these are all powerful cards, but they are not the most powerful cards. They are solid 6, 7, 8 out of 10s. And then we have, other threats, Oko, Teferi. We have protection, we have Force of Will, we have a Flusterstorm, Spell Pierce. But it's not, everything. So it's as the name says down in the corner, we are mid-range. We are we're positioning ourselves to kind of be able to fight a lot of different styles of decks, but not necessarily having slam dunks in any of them, because we don't have Preordain, for example, because of Archon limiting the number of spells you can play. You don't necessarily you can't rely on, well, if I have an Archon in play and I draw a Preordain, that's all I'm going to do for that turn. So it makes me think of Jund in Modern, where you're meant to be like in this position that you can battle a lot of different decks, but if you win if you go 4-3, that's 57%. That's pretty good in general to go 57% in your matches. So you can't expect to win every single time, because that deck would get banned. If there was any deck that absolutely every single time it expected to win, they would get rid of it. So it's frustrating when it feels like we're close, but like Dreadhorde Arcanist just made our deck look stupid. That having a Bolt available to him, or a Pyroblast even, invalidated half the things we had. Now, maybe if we would have got a Tarmogoyf, that would have been what we needed, but we didn't draw it. But, I don't know. Archon comes in play there, gets shot. Spell Queller gets shot. We needed to draw to an Oko, maybe. Oh well. How many matches? 16 matches left. That's a lot. All right. Well, I think I am going to take we've already done a couple crossword puzzles today, so I don't know if we actually need to do a third. But what I'm going to do, because we probably got about 20 minutes, I'm going to take a quick break, check with the wife, see what we are doing for dinner. Maybe if I can help with that or whatever. But yeah, I should be back. We already got down to 15 matches. So thinking about 20 minutes from now, and we'll be ready for round 5. We got 7 rounds today. I'm going to play all of them. So, see you a little bit. If I can find it, there it is. All right, see you in a little bit. Down to 2 matches left. I feel like I wasn't gone that long, right? Well. And the matches we're waiting for are down here in the 0-3 bracket. I mean, hey, 0-3 people need love too. Don't you forget it. I don't know who that's directed. That is directed to anybody who needed to hear it. That's right. I like that we are in a worse position than people that have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that have dropped are ahead of us in the standings. Can you blame it? Now, what's funny is I'm trying to remember for the wheel, what did I spin up on Tuesday? I was hoping that I think I spun up Narcomoeba because I'm not seeing it on the thing. So I think I have to come up with a Narcomoeba deck. So after next round, that can be what we spend our time doing, is trying to put together what is a Narcomoeba deck going to be. Because there are a lot of options. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be the... Okay, yep, confirmed. I went to go look at whose it was, and I wanted to make sure that, hey, I would have texted them and said, it's a Narcomoeba. So, okay. We will start looking up. Here we go. Let's go to Goldfish. Now we could start this way. Decks using Narcomoeba. Because we're not going to play that deck, if you know what I mean. I mean, there are so many decks that we could play. Why would we play that deck? Just saying. So our choices. Now, do you think blue-black just means dredge? No, this is the oops deck. Yeah, I'm not playing that. Although, okay. Knowing that Leyline of the Void is a powerful factor, maybe we just got to get weird. Maybe we got to go back in time. Justin played this in the Mythic Society. So he 4-0'd his F&M. This could be fun. I mean, you're basically setting up to try to kill all at once. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just trying to think of what is a Narcomoeba deck that isn't that deck that could have. What did we played against something? It was Narcomoeba's Cephalid Illusionist, but was that Modern or was that Legacy? We played against, it was like they had Stoneforge Mystic, got the equipment that let you target your cephalid, and you milled all your stuff, and you milled the Narcomoebas, and then you brought the normal bring back Thassa's Oracle, but it was like a Stone Blade deck that just decided to, when we tried to fight that side of it, then they combo killed us, and when we were ready for the combo kill, they dropped a Batterskull, and it's like, what is even happening? Yeah, but the thing is, what I was trying to remember, not me, I was trying to remember if that was Modern or Legacy. I feel like it was Legacy, though. Because did they have... Because they might have had Force of Will, but then again, some of that other stuff might not even... Okay, yeah, that's what I was going to say, is it might not even be legal in Modern. Okay. No, that's what it was. They switched into True Name Nemesis, so they definitely... Knowing that it had True Name Nemesis, it definitely had to have been Legacy. Dread Return is banned? I guess that makes sense, because it's kind of dumb. It didn't even occur to me that it would be banned. Yeah. That didn't even occur to me that it would be banned. Well, I mean, it makes sense that it is, but I wasn't giving it credit. Yeah, I could imagine it would be pretty dumb. That's not one that normally is on my radar, I must say. That's not one where I'm like, oh yeah, where can I play Dread Returns? So, thing is, I don't really want to play... From everything I've seen about Legacy right now, I don't know if I necessarily want to even play Legacy, because you got a whole bunch of... I guess I really wouldn't want to play Modern either. There's a whole lot of nonsense going on. But that does make me wonder, what if we open this up? Can I say does not include? Can I wanted to say does not include. Can I can't exclude a card? What is this? Boring. $25 vintage cephalid breakfast. Angel of Glory's Rise. Hello. We're still playing them all. It doesn't really look like there's anybody else to do data, because not too many other people played it, so I'm going to stay in for data other than nothing else. Vintage, oops. Yeah, I don't really want to play oops. Oops doesn't really feel like what I want to do. 29 matches, there should be 58 people still. I got to start getting some wins, though, if it's going to count. Hold on. There's an interesting vintage dredge deck. Well, then, I would like to see what's going on. Oh, how interesting this deck is. Not to be snarky, but come on. Another cephalid breakfast. Oh, dredge. But good. Flash Hulk. What does Joe got for us? Flash Hulk. So creatures with total converted mana cost 6 or less, putting them into play. So you just put Thassa and then stack your triggers. That should work. See, this is interesting. All right. That one's at least interesting. Yeah, I think there's just going to be so many dredge decks that I just don't. I refuse to think. Nice. Okay. So we are lurking towards the bottom, but hopefully we can start to get some wins. If we can get some wins, we might manage to pull this out after all. Heading into round 5, sitting at 1 and 3, but we haven't properly been lucky. Maybe that's all we're missing. We just need to be a little luckier. Hey, I'll take whatever. Give me some wins, man. Hey, man. Hey, man. Oh boy, it's a long day. CUI-KUI. Okay, we won the die roll. They were last seen playing Doomsday. That's true. I normally kick ass, so we're not doing too bad. I think we keep. We keep with the turn 1 Noble Hierarch, setting up Archon or Spell Queller. And they have mulliganed. 1 sec. Back? Microphone? Yep, okay. So, opponent went down to 6. I like it. I also like that we will be on... Us being on the play gives us a chance to draw Force of Will. Now, the question is, what do we lead with? I feel like we lead with Archon, because Archon is going to be the best one. So getting a fetch. Now they could just go for it right here, and then we just die. I hate Doomsday. Yawn. All right. So, do you think they are ready to play through an Archon? Because that might make the land that they're counting on come into play tapped. How sick will it be if we could draw... If we can draw a Force of Will, then we could have Spell Queller and Force of Will backup. I would like that. Because I don't know that Archon does it on its own. Basically, I literally just want to draw Force of Will here. Now, the question is if we're even allowed, if we're even going to get that chance. Because they very well might have the cycle into crack the pile. Like, they might just have all of it right now. And that'll be the question is this a pass the turn pile? Or is this, and let's examine this. Hi, buddy. Okay, so there's one Thassa's Oracle, so they probably only have one. Negation. One force. I only see one force, so that tells me their hand is a full grip of Force of Wills. Oh, there we go. 1, 2. So they probably have 2 Force of Wills. Because I don't see Black Lotus. Yeah, they just have, they have what it takes to get into the pile right now. Ancestral. Excuse you? Why would that be what you want? Yeah, so they still had double Force of Will backup. 1, 2. I don't know. Did they somehow screw up? What happened? What did you do? Opponent! Opponent, what did you do? Okay! I'll take it. Well, Flusterstorm comes in. Swords of the Plowshares goes out. Yay! I'll take it. Okay. I think they should have just Ancestraled, because they had 3 blue mana, or maybe they did their stacking wrong. That could be. They might have stacked incorrectly. Okay, so Swords out. I think I want a Flusterstorm in. What else? Is there anything else here that's like creature focused that I'm not looking at? Or, I mean, do I want Sylvan Library? I don't feel like I have the time. Then again, this other stuff doesn't seem like it does anything. They could be on, here, Goldfish showed us a list. They could be on, I mean, they went 6-1 in the challenge previously, so I don't think they're a goober. Yeah, they have Opposition Agent in the sideboard. All right. How about we keep 1 Swords in? 1 Swords for a Flusterstorm? Because I don't feel like I want Sylvan Library. I don't think that's... I'll tell you what. I'll trade you a Tarmogoyf for a Sylvan Library. How about that, buddy? How about that? Submit. Ooh. All right. The question is, do I get to have a turn? Keep. Because this could be Hull Breacher with Flusterstorm. You got me, bro. I swear, if you kill the... They got the practice. They got the practice in the first game, so now they're just going to kill me on turn 1 here. Probably. Well... So far, the majority of the clock ticking in this has been our opponent resolving a Doomsday. Now, I have to say, maybe they need Lotus for the blue? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. We did have a match, though, in our league that took a total of 1 minute and 57 seconds. All right. Street Wraith, Street Wraith, Street Wraith, Street Wraith. So they have no Street Wraiths. Negation, Force, Force, Force. So they only have 1 Force of Will. There's Gush. Dude, I don't even know anymore. Why are you playing Ponder? Is Ponder just to get into the pile? So, is there Mox Sapphire? Mox Sapphire, Thassa's Oracle. Gataxian Probe. So, just looking at this, I do not see a Mox Sapphire. And I only see 1 Thassa's Oracle. So I'm going to assume they have the kill this time. And not show them our hand. Okay. So both times they would have had... Both times they would have had 0 cards in deck. So it's not like stopping Thassa's Oracle trigger with Swords of Plowshares would have done anything. This time I counted my mana correctly. That's what they typed in the chat. Yeah, I was kind of wondering what the crap you were doing first time. Yes, please. They mulligan to 6. How about this one? That's a good one to resolve. Ooh. Alright, this is looking pretty good for us, not gonna lie. Give me something to spell Queller. Give it to me. I could fight that. If I try to fight that, it speeds my clock up. Yoink. Attack with all. And I'll play a Sylvan Library. I hope this... I mean, this looks pretty good for me. Yep. So this puts it to 7. Follow up with a Hull Breacher. Resolves. Two, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm pretty sure we got this one. Woo! All right, fighting our way back. Got ourselves up to a little 2 and 3. What does that say? Balls deep? Bravo. Bravo. All right, right there at the beginning of the match, my friend called me. I need to call him back real quick, but then I will come back, and we're going to work our way through what Narcomoeba deck we're going to play. But I just got to give my friend a call real quick, find out what's going on, and then I'll be right back. So, now here's the thing. It could be like any Narcomoeba. It doesn't have to be... Like, what are all of what do I want to say? Narcomoeba is legal in, well, thank goodness it's not legal in Pauper, because we don't want to play Pauper. Are there any, what are the Pioneer decks that are playing Narcomoeba? Oh. What the crap is this? Alright, I'm going to let you guys look this one over. and I will be back. All right, that is squared away. So the question is, do we want to play Pioneer? The hell is this card? Until end of turn, creatures you control gain trample whenever this creature deals combat damage. Until end of turn, creatures you control gain menace. Why the hell would I play this? Like, are you expected to play a real deck with this? Because you don't have any lands. I guess you have all the flipadoos, but what is the point of this one? It doesn't feel like there's enough here, right? Somebody is frustrated. I'm looking in the vintage Discord, and the salt deposit is where people get to vent, where you get to complain about your particular thing. All right. I do wonder, is Adam out there? I would like to get some input on, well, I don't know. That's the point of the wheel, is when you either subscribe or resubscribe, you get to help drive the content for our channel. And if you give me a specific card or a format or like a archetype that you want to play, that's what we put on the wheel. And then when we spin up the wheel, let me see if I can bring it up real quick. When we bring the wheel up, it looks like this. And the choices on there are Stoneforge Mystic, you have to play a companion, play a snow deck, Blood Moon. What does that say? Neoform? Somebody's going to make me play Neoform. But that choice, I kind of get to say, okay, Narcomoeba. Narcomoeba came up. That was a specific card they wanted me to play. So now it's, with this choice of Narcomoeba, how do I interpret that? And so I think by default, Narcomoeba is not doing anything fair, right? Narcomoeba is there to get milled over, and in the process of getting milled over, help facilitate nonsense. So if we're in it for nonsense, this feels pretty nonsensy. Is this at least a normal sized deck? Nope. Wait, 35 plus 39. Okay. Wait, 35? It's a 74 card deck? What? What? With one One Narcomoeba. Does this other deck have one Narcomoeba? Screw you both. That's not a Narcomoeba deck. You punks. Distracting me, making me think you had some real decks. Turns out, oops, all spells. I'm just now I'm annoyed. I feel like this is so glass cannon-y. All right, now I want to find. Remind me what Hermit Druid says. Hermit Druid says basic land. Correct? What's up, Herms? Hermit Druid. Oh, really? Nobody's played a Hermit Druid deck. What a surprise. What if we went even further back? What if we went to January? Okay, we picked up two more going in the way back machine. So here is Justin in a prelim in September, an anti-rush back in April in a prelim. I like, this looks like, oh, there's no Narcomoeba. Womp. Maybe there should be. Maybe we're going to be a Thassa's Oracle. Maybe we're the 4X Thassa's Oracle deck. Echo, what are they doing? Echo of Eons. Green Sun Zenith, because you got to get your Hermit Druids. Okay, let's start with this one. Hermit Narcomoeba. Let's bring up this. Gotta make it a little smaller, though, so we can still see our round timer there. Okay. So I want to bring in, this will be a bug deck. Vraska it is. Okay, so this is the Hermit Narcomoeba. So, oh, look at me. I own Narcomoeba. Now, this is also outdated, so there could be plenty other cards that maybe we add to this. This could be a Hull Breacher nonsense deck. I don't necessarily want to play... Really? Divining Witch. Because sometimes you really want to cast Demonic Consultation, so you put in a Spell Shaper from Nemesis. Alright. I don't know exactly what we're doing, but we're doing something with this, for sure. So, Hermit Druid will let us mill the Narcomoebas. The question I'm wondering is, where we don't have enough green really to play Force of Negation, or not Force of Vigor. I do like Cabal Therapy. Not necessarily with... What if we... Because what I liked about this version, when we played the combo Doomsday, what I liked about it is sometimes having duress. And if you can duress your opponent and like mess up like the interactive plays they're expecting to be able to make any kind of little bump in the road you put in with that. I mean, sometimes it feels like that one turn of like taking the key thread out of it can really mess them up. Reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a basic land. The land goes in. Now, there is a summoning sickness, so you'd have to get Hermit Druid fast, so you're playing Moxens. Yeah, we're going to play this. So, now Cabal Therapy, I guess once you flip everything over, once you've milled it, Hermit Druid has done his job. He can use Cabal Therapy to strip them. But I wonder, do you need to strip in advance to clear the way? Because, okay, I activate Hermit Druid and I mill everything over. If I now try to Cabal Therapy, you, in response, play your Ravenous Trap, and it's like, oh no, it's too late. So the Cabal Therapies there need to be maybe proactive. You could play the front end of it and then have the back end as proactive before you activate. That could be. Goatbots. How much is a Hermit Druid? I feel like it's going to be cents. It's going to be like, really? 0.12. How many Hermit Druids exist? To the Goatbot. Hermit. Goatbot. Okay. So we have good old normal Hermit Druid. Oh, there's promo. There's Vintage Masters. There's Tempest. Oh, the OG Stronghold. Okay, what else would we be missing? Veil of Summer. Really? That's all I'm missing from the main deck is Veil of Summer and Hermit Druids? I own a lot of crap. Could we, or I should say, do we want to have something like, oh no, I drew my Narcomoebas. How do you, like, I guess you have Brainstorm. Brainstorm would let you put it back in the deck. But, like, what is, I played it in my Polymorph, See Beyond. Like, it's not expensive. I just wanted to be like, yeah. So See Beyond, draw 2, shuffle a card from your hand back into your library. That's for when you have combo pieces and you accidentally draw them, and you're like, oh. I mean, I don't necessarily want to set up Deathrite Shaman stuff. Is that more what the other version is? The other version is, yeah, Deathrite Shaman, Oof, Dryad, Oko, and then it just coincidentally kills you with but it's a 4-up Thassa Oracle deck. I don't know if we can say that's incidental, because you're still doing your Hermit Druid stuff. What is this Echoes of Eon? I don't understand what's going on there. This is an interesting deck. This is a very interesting deck. I don't know if the... Now this one is setting up with days and stuff. I think Oko would make more sense. Because you could mess with... I don't necessarily like the Divining... The Divining Witch sideboard plan feels... questionable? But I don't know if I want to go full Scavenging Ooze. Interesting. Does this have Cabal Therapy? It doesn't have Cabal Therapy. What is the... I don't... The 1 days feels... strange. Alright, we're gonna open up the floor to anybody else that got a little weird with Hermit Druid. Hermit Druid budget combo. Now see, here's a deck name. No deck, no problem. I like that. That's clever. If you would draw a card while your opponent... No, if you would draw a card while your library has no cards in it, you don't die. Instead, you just get a big fat Sphinx. Okay. Shuffle all cards from your graveyard into your library. Target player puts that many cards from the top of his library into his or her graveyard. So, if I have a big graveyard, I shuffle them in, and then target player shuffles that many cards. Okay, I've milled 27. Psychic Spiral. Put them in. Mill you 27? The Black Force? Are you kidding me? For Reliquary Tower, because you never know. There are definitely some people out here, like, yes, I would like to anonymously submit a mill deck. My mill deck has 4 Birds of Paradise. Who are you, Jacob? I need my Diabolic Tutor. Not to make fun of them. Sorry, opponent. Sorry, imaginary, anonymous opponent. That's not my opponent. What is this for? This deck is not legal. Okay. Jank, Aggro, Jund Awaken. Bloodghasts. Is this Hermit Dredge? There we go. We found it. We found it. Concordant Crossroads. Boom. I knew there was something. Boom. Look at this. You ever seen a concordant crossroads in your life? Masters Edition, whatever theme deck set is. I don't know what that is. That is spicy. Does it affects everybody, right? Yeah. Creatures have haste. Nice Hermit Druid. Alright, now we gotta kill somebody with that. This is probably more impressive with... Ooh, Sun Titan. See, this is why you look at these, because these are awesome. We could mill some Creeping Chills. 3, 6, 9, 12. And then haste our way in there with some Narcomoebas? Hell yeah! This deck just keeps getting better. See, this is what the wheel should be all about. Playing utter garbage. Not to say that everything on there is garbage, but there's a lot of garbage. It's a lot of it. Hey. I don't know what I was going to say there. I was prefacing it with hey, but then I kind of thought better of it. So take that as you will. Memory's Journey. I don't know why. I just think it probably needs one. Hermit Druid, Concordant Crossroads. GG. Look at that. Mana symbols. I like the use of Force of Despair. Just, how dare you? You put some creatures in play? What if you didn't? But seriously, though, we get wrecked by Force of Despair. I mean, Slimy Bears. I mean, I assume all of those decks are going to have these same cards in it. I guess not. So we looked up that one. So, Slimy Bears. Oh, pour one out for Luris. Once Upon a Time, Vintage All-Star Luris. Breaking my heart. Doesn't so powerful. Didn't even need a sideboard. Or Moxes. What is 7 per hour? I don't know what that stands for. 7 Ormos Archive Keeper. Liliana? So obviously I've put some junk in here. I do wonder, did I download the other deck? So what if this is Hermit Narcomoeba 2? Put it in this thing. Okay, so this has a lot of nonsense. But I like the Thassa Oracle, Demonic Consultation combination. Does this not have... Does this not have Dread Return? Do I not own Dread Return? So I would think we want to Hermit, hit... Oh, this doesn't have Narcomoeba. Well, screw you. I'm sitting here building my Hermit Druid deck, neglecting poor Narcomoeba. Well, you're deleted. Get out. I like that I named the deck Hermit Narcomoeba and it contained 0 Narcomoebas. I mean, it is a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll have to see if it pays off. All right. So I have drank a lot of my beverage. We got 1 match left in progress. I'm going to go use the... I should be back shortly, and then we'll get ready for round number 6. All right, we are back. We are lurking in 51st place. Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. If we keep playing, maybe some of these people will let us sneak into 40. Top 3 and 2 right now. All we can do is our part by trying to win. And if the wins come and they get us there, then they get us there. All right. Round 6. Janky B. On the draw. Last seen playing Golo stacks 28 days ago, so whether that's still relevant or not. And another person double queuing, this time in Pioneer at the same time. I'm not sure when the Pioneer starts, like if we could probably look at the schedule. But the earlier the Pioneer starts, the later or better performing they could be doing in it. So. All right. I don't even have an opening hand to look at and talk about. Just got a whole lot of nothing. That's not what I wanted to click. I am serenading you because our opponent is not here. We encountered this before, and we had a situation where we were up, 10 minutes, 12 minutes on our opponent? So, just checking out Twitter, because that's the one thing, like, I probably spend too much time on social media and stuff like that. That's why I cut myself off of Facebook. But for Twitter, that's one that I kept around. But whenever I play on a Saturday, obviously I'm trying to engage with the audience, so I know that I don't necessarily interact with... Or no, I am interacting. I'm not paying attention to other stuff, which necessarily I don't need to pay attention to. But I do like to keep up, or I should say keep current on the timeline. So when I went live was about 4 hours ago. So as I'm scrolling up, trying to see, what have people talked about in those last 4 hours, I'm doing the thing like, look at the camera, look over here. So... All right, we're up 3 minutes on our opponent. Whether that pays off or not. I mean, the interesting thing will be like, okay, so 28 days ago, a month ago, they played this, which to me is combo shops, not Golo, so you can't necessarily listen to ever. And, all right, the old no-lander. All right, so obviously we are going to choose to mulligan. No, they spent those first 4 minutes debating, do we want to play? Do we want to draw? I don't know. Here's the positives and negatives. Okay, I guess we'll play first. That was 4 minutes in. Now, are we going to have another 4 minutes where they need to figure out, this 7-card hand, is it any good? Do we keep 7? Ooh, do we go to 6? I mean, if they're dredge, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. This could be a solid 28 minutes. 28 minutes of mulligans. So buckle up. I just need to make sure I don't accidentally click because we can't keep this hand. Although, no, you can't keep this hand. There's no turn 1 draw because we are on the draw. There is no turn 1 draw that like unlocks it at all. You could get, if say we had a land, if we had a land and drew Lotus, you could maybe get a couple bears in there. Well, actually, probably not with Lavinia. Lavinia would almost make that impossible. Yeah, this is... Well, I don't even know. The reason why I'm thinking about it is because our opponent has spent 6 minutes doing literally nothing. And so I've had 6 minutes to go through every permutation of these 7 cards. Try our best to stay awake. Try... Like, as I mentioned before, definitely understand when people do the double queue that it can take time. But the fact that they are 7 minutes, we have not even had the opportunity to take an action. I haven't even had the pleasure of being able to say, no, this hand is garbage. I guess that's, I have decided that I am sticking it out because I'm going to do the data if I want for the purposes of that. But I wish I had something like more captivating, or like I don't even have anything to talk about. It's stuff that cannot be mentioned on air. Oh, they've mulliganed. I will also mulligan. All right, I'll keep this. I think we pitch Tropical. No. Well, okay, because of the Mox Emerald, if we play... Wasteland has the potential to do something that's powerful. Now, here's the thing. If they really are the shops, then I don't want this Mental Misstep. Tell me, is Mental Misstep good? Really? No? Oh, hello there. Do you think... I mean, theoretically, I could have woken up a Mox, and then that would give me the chance to have 2 attackers into their Oko. That might have been worthwhile. Ren. Gosh. You've already played a land. Yep. I got a Hull Breacher, buddy. Tarmogoyf's a good one. I was gonna say, did they miss their attack? See, I don't have anything that'll attack that Oko directly. And we know they picked up... Okay, that's interesting. Mm-hmm. So I really would like to draw... Okay, so we know they have a tropical... Oh, hello. Now, what I'm hoping is, for some reason, they don't send both of them at Oko. That's kind of what I'm hoping for, or somehow to be able to pick off... Yeah, I think the box was right. Because if they send both at Oko, Oko's just down. Yep, Oko's down. That's a good one. Deathrite Shaman chump block. Yep. Now this will let them, if they choose to upgrade, that's pretty good. That's really good. Because you get to attack for 6. Untap, attack for 9. That was a really good play. I should say, there's nothing special they did about it, but from what I can tell, they're like the Deathrite Shaman bug deck. No blocks. Interesting. Staying home on Oko. Two are going back. Could Oko plus. Oh, the way I arranged that, I don't even want the Teferi, really. Hmm. Like, if they just had the Pyroblast anyway. I wish I would have ordered that the other way to draw into the Lotus Petal, because that would at least give me one more attacker here. Still no counter? Okay. There's the counter with an Uro. Yikes. I mean, they might just trade here. Especially because it was only a food. And then now the land isn't in play. I'm just going to get beat down by it. Yep. Yep, we did. Yeah, we were just behind. Their turn 1 Oko was better than our turn 1 Oko. I kind of feel like I don't want the Archons here. Is that crazy to want to cut Archons? And or, so like, Flusterstorms. Is Flusterstorm the fight I want? Like, I was looking at it like this. Now, their Planeswalker heavy makes the Flusterstorms less impressive. Do I want Sylvan Library there instead? Go multiple Sylvan Library. Do I not even want the Fluster? I mean, I feel like the deck's kind of made for Archon, but... It just kind of feels like that would be holding me back almost. So... Trop. See if they give me something for Soul Guide to eat. Or if they go turn 1, sure. Okay. Target card. They could have like Abrupt Decay type stuff. You could play a Wrenn and 6. Why would you eat the Flooded Strand and not the real land? Oko's a good one. Hi, buddy. Okay, so... if we ponder, that makes it 3, and I attack for 4. Force Queller. Get my Exalted on. So either they wake up their food, who is still smaller than me. They just elk the Goyf itself. So what's the bottom card? Mox Pearl. So we can force a chump block here. Does this work? I think it does. Yoink! Still had it. I guess I was trying to keep them off. Not that it was necessarily correct to. Okay. Alright, so I have a 3/3. You have a Oko. Either lose Oko or lose your Deathrite Shaman. That makes me think I don't necessarily... They wanted to preserve Deathrite Shot. So let's deploy another fat threat. Maybe they had another Oko. Maybe they have some sort of Wrath effect. Maybe they have an Uro. What you got? You have a Dak Faden and an Oko. Now, here we go. When they go to exile our thing, we're going to dig through time. So that they can't play it. It's going to be spicy. We're going to eat our... Nope. 1, 2, 3. Instant. 4. How about this? Gotcha. All right. So, anything change? Not really. I mean, do I want... I mean, not really. I feel like we're going to be grindy. We are up 5 minutes. Can't keep this, though. Yep. So, if they get some kind of strip going, will want all of these. God damn it! What can I do? They have Wasteland Lock on me. I need to get a fetch land, except I know I'm drawing a tundra, or I'm drawing a land. I know what I'm drawing is the problem. Being on the draw killed me. If I'm on the play, it's a completely different game. So crazy. I mean, that's literally how Magic works, but maybe they won't go after the strip mine. I doubt it. Maybe they won't. Maybe we have fooled them. Maybe they thought there's no need to punish the strip mine. It's worth a shot. If you have Shattering Spree, I'm going to kick you. Come on, fetch land. Fetch land. I can't play it. They're just going to waste it. Can't play it. What they should do, they should put Wasteland in play, because then that's how you break. Putting Wasteland, see, you screwed that up. You put Wasteland in play, you can crack on my fetch land, untap, and go after it again. Shouldn't have played it. Should have saved. That is frustrating. Damn it. I mean, that's part of the problem, is when you win the second game, your opponent gets to be on the play. But grumble, grumble, grumble. All right, well, we only got one more. And then after that round, we'll hang around and do some data collection, but I don't know, something I felt like. Now, did we have the right matchups? Did we have the right things going for us on Thursday for us to think? I mean, we have the data. The data does talk about overall the deck is performing well, but the thing is, it's a cross section of maybe this person goes, if everybody's around 50%, but one performs really well, and somebody else, hypothetically, let's say, is going 2 and 4 with it, it could average out to that middle. For me being 2 and 4, somebody else at 4 and 2 with the exact same deck pushes us both back into the 50-50. But if that Kaisu is 6 and 0 with this deck, I'm bringing them down, but overall, it's still pushing up the numbers. Oh, well, maybe people thought, oh, that's the last round, and they close their computer, and they log out, and they're all done, and we'll be able to sneak in there. But, yeah, I'm thinking at best, step 1, we would have to actually win a match. If we win that match, then there's the potential for it to do something. But, yeah. Step 1, actually win games. That's... What I should do is, before the last round, I'm going to go ahead and restart Magic Online. While I'm thinking about it, to clear the cache and make sure that the data collection is a little bit easier. Come on. There we go. All right, home stretch. One last match out there. Ooh, it's a match in contention. 13-minute game and a 7-minute game. Bump, ba-da-dum, bump, bump. "17 minutes, 3 minutes." Sorry, I'm just in the data sheet for the weekend getting stuff ready. There we go. I was curious about the names there. So we're going to have 74 people. Sorry, no. 73 players, so the data is going to go down to 74. All right. Heading into the final round. Hey, I went up and look at that. I improved in record. We're all the way up to 48th place. Just doing what we do. All right. Don't know what else really to say today. I mean, this was an experiment. I would have said as of Thursday that I felt pretty good about the deck, and even starting this morning, I would have said that I felt good about it. The changes I made, I liked. I really do like the Spell Queller. But is it a case of what you're trying to pick on are the unfair decks? And if it comes down to fair versus fair, some of them get to pick back on you. Like, I honestly think, like, Dreadhorde Arcanist just beat the literal crap out of me. And that doesn't feel like a good position to have, where Dreadhorde Arcanist can just beat the literal crap out of you. Like, that's not a solid position in the metagame. I don't know how to better phrase that. I would say it feels something like... Where did the sound go? Oh, come on. So that would have been so much more poignant if I could have easily found it when I was looking for it instead of, like, scrolling. But round 7. As Drubal. We won the die roll. Turn 1, nothing. Powerful. They also mulliganed. I would love to draw a non... If I draw a blue card to supplement. Preordain, okay. They could Daze. I think I let Daze resolve. Top, bottom. Of course they did. Couldn't you just wait? What if you just waited till the next turn? I like it. In case of emergency, Force of Will. I allow it. So they could be a breach. They could be... It's Tinker? Oh, we need instant in there. Gotta pump these numbers up. These are rookie numbers. I feel like all of this, you gotta let all of this stuff happen. Do kind of think maybe we do Hull Breacher in place of this. See, I kind of pigeonhole myself sometimes. Like, imagine in response to Ponder if we had Hull Breacher. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. All of the synergies you may want, I have them. All of the synergies. Spell Queller with my Lavinia? You kidding me? Get out of here. You gotta speed up this clock. Get him. Hopefully, Lavinia is pinning down some Moxes. All right. So I'm not really sure what to call that. Like, you saw Talarian, you saw Knight's Whisper. It might be PO. Could very well be PO. I'm willing to do this. A Fluster and a Sylvan. I mean, right now, like, that's the thing is, they could be Breach. They could be Breach. I wish I knew if they were Breach. Because then I would shave... Try it like that. Yeah, not necessarily knowing what they were makes it harder. But after, I don't know, 5 hours of streaming, I get a little stiff. Hey now, don't interpret it that way. Get your mind out of the gutter. They are keeping 7 cards. This really doesn't do much. But it has the chance to be grindy. Gotta get my Moxes out there. What do you think this even names? Okay. It's a good one. I mean, that was a card I had in mind. What do you kill? So sue me. I was gonna wasteland you. Did not shuffle that Ponder. Force pitching, paradoxical outcome. Well, they showed us PO. I'm willing to say it's PO. You know. Now, I was going to say, we could turn one of their artifacts off, and in doing so, say I elked the Ruby, Tolarian would tap for, they would go from 3 mana to 1 mana. I maybe should have done that. Wow. Yeah, like, pat yourself on the back for dodging that. Has to be a creature. I thought it had to be a creature. I wasn't positive it had to be a creature. After what I did last turn, and having lived through it, I wanted to make sure I didn't let it happen 2 turns in a row. So here's the thing. Spell Queller works with the Archon because they don't get to have a second spell. It works with the Teferi I added. It works with Lavinia because Lavinia says if they don't pay for it. So Spell Queller is actually pretty sick here. I've been impressed by it. I put it in between Thursday and today. See? Now, theoretically, if we put an Archon here, then we'll be able to sit, yeah. I'm willing to let Oko get punched in the face again. Because we have Archon protection. Archon should be turning off lands. They're not sure you can have a Mox Opal. I mean, you can't play anything else. You played a Mox Opal. You played Mox Opal. You don't get anything else. You played Mox Opal. Sorry. Yep. Got him. That is a great one. I think as long as I have Spell Queller, we're just going to do this. Let's put him on a you're dead next turn clock. If you want to attack Oko, go for it. I think I leave Queller up, though. I think Queller is the one that could get us out of something that Lavinia couldn't. Yeah, I'll just sit home on the Queller. That's all I need. Let's go beats again. The flying on the Archon is also impressive. Not my Mox. Yep. Oh, I could have got it. I should have quellered there. Not that you played your spell. You only get one spell. That's why this is ridiculous. You can't do that either. Sir. Sir, what are you doing? Sir, this is a Wendy's. Had it the whole time. All right, well, it feels nice to finish with a win. And see, now that's the part of the deck. When the deck does that, it's like, holy crap, this deck's amazing. How could this deck ever lose? And then Dreadhorde Arcanist comes and eats your lunch. So maybe I need to look at, like we looked at some other decks, and we did trim down to 2 Swords to Plowshares. Maybe that can come back up. But, so we went 3 and 4 today, which is a little bit under 50%. But, I mean, 43% of the time, it works every time. So, yeah. Thank you, everybody that has hung out with me today. If you aren't already, please consider following the channel. If you're already a follower and you like what we're doing, please consider subscribing. When you subscribe, you get to put yourself on the wheel. What's the wheel, you ask? The wheel is where you can the wheel is where you can give me a single card strategy, a archetype, a format you want to see play, and I'll have to play Blood Moon, or I have to play archetype goblins, or I have to play a companion. You get to add stuff like that, and each week we spin it. So this coming Tuesday, I have to play a deck featuring Narcomoeba, but then I get to choose what we're going to do with that. So right now it's like a Hermit Druid Narcomoeba deck, but that'll be on Tuesday. Say you want more direct control, I have a thing called a Stream Takeover. $10, you get to pick the deck and the format. And basically, I'll even bring you on. We can get you on Discord voice or whatever, and we'll co-pilot through a stream. So I got a lot of options. And if you want to look back at previous stuff, I put my stuff over there on YouTube. You can find it there. If you would, please go check it out and like, subscribe, hit the bell icon. I think that's for notifications. Leave me a comment. All that stuff helps. So thanks for spending some of your Saturday with me. I hope the rest of your Saturday goes great, and we'll see you next time.